Alright, welcome to another video. So I'm going to do something all new on this channel. This is a Let's Troubleshoot. So it's kind of like a Let's Play series, but instead of playing video games, what we're going to be doing is troubleshooting horrible, soul-breaking situations in the lab, talking about things in the real world, and really trying to make progress. So this is part of my Automate Your Network series. So let's open up Discord, and we got about 1 minute to go here, but we're gonna meet the people we'll be troubleshooting with, and I will get a brief introduction, and then we'll just kind of see what happens and kind of go with the flow, and hopefully make some progress in this Automate Your Network series using Ansible. So with that, I'm gonna log into Discord. And then I'm not sure exactly where, but I definitely need Visual Studio Code up. All right, and then I need it up to the folder. Alright, so this is the one I need up, because this has my Ansible structure here and all my playbooks. I do need the book open as well. Probably open that up in a browser. Oops. So my Ansible playbook, a lot of this will probably just be troubleshooting the audio and video, but I'm going to get the book up. We go back on Discord. Now it's 11:01, so gotta make sure I'm on Discord so I don't miss call. Okay, and then there. This is the fork I've been working off of. So here's the book right here, and then where I was in the book. Hopefully there's a way to search through it. No, there's not. So I gotta open it up in Discord. That's okay. Or not in Discord, in this program here. Well, yeah, I know. Okay, so there you go. Okay, now I need this open. And then this is just for the book. Alright, I need an extension for PDFs. Here we go. Perfect. Alright, now I need to figure out what chapter I was on. So I'll open up my channel. Make sure I'm recording my audio still good. It looks like it is. I got to be extra careful that the audio output works. Yeah, we'll capture everything going into my headphones. My setup here with my camera, my microphone has been really broken. Noise floor check looks good, but it's been broken where even though the noise floor check passes, it still fails. And the way it's especially broken is all the levels are very low no matter what I do. It seems like there's a problem beyond just the settings that I have control over. There's like a hardware problem. Something is breaking down to where the levels of the microphone are quiet, and there's nothing I can do to fix it. So hopefully that's not a problem, but as I said, most of this will probably be troubleshooting Okay, and I got to make sure that my video source, my display capture, yeah, that's really important as well. Okay. All right, so let me go to my channel. Okay, and then let me go to the last video in and I'll ask him, are you ready? All right, and then I'll go to the last automate your network. Here is the playlist. So hopefully there's a way to view the playlist. I have a feeling there won't be, because that would be easy. Easy things. If it were easy, everyone would do it. So don't do these things. That's bad. Okay, there we go. So here's the last one. Okay, so okay, that's the first one, not the last one. And it looks like I got a notification. So okay, so let's do it. So start a video call maybe. Start a video call. Okay. Preview the video is fine. Have to grant. Okay. Okay. Looks good. Hey, so the way I've got it working is I'm running OBS, which records my audio input from my microphone, my audio output to my headphones, and then just everything on my screen. So the camera's hot. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Sure. Do you want to have a brief talk before we kick that off?
Yeah, the other thing you should know is anytime I can hit the pause button, and then everything we do will be off camera. So I will hit the pause button now if you would like.
Okay.
All right, so here we've got Mike. So Mike, would you like to introduce yourself?
Absolutely. My name is Mike Storey, and I am one of the mentors at the Agile Institute, a founding mentor. And I'm here today to help learn some new stuff about Ansible.
Awesome. All right, so I'll pause the video. All right, and then everyone knows who I am perfectly. Hopefully, I'm the guy that always messes up talking and has these awful videos out there. But it's going to be different today because we got Mike here. But if this is your first video and you don't know who I am, I'm a network engineer. I switched careers when I was in my late 20s by going to a 2-year school. After that, I've got about 8 years of experience, and I started this channel during the pandemic to try to pass the JNCIE SP, but it's morphed into more than just that. It's a technology channel, kind of a little bit in the same vein as like David Bumble, those sorts of channels. So yeah, we got a really exciting new thing today. This is a Let's Troubleshoot series, kind of like a Let's Play. All right, so I'm unpaused. So we've got a 5-part plan here. Introductions are out of the way, so we're gonna move into the next part, which is to take a deep dive into the lab I've got going right now and explain the problems. We've got some technical issues here. Mike can't see my screen right now, but we'll work around that. So on my screen right now, I do have the lab. So I guess I'll just explain a few things. I'll first demonstrate. First, I'll explain some of the basics of Ansible, such as a managed node and a controlled node. And we can see, I think Mike's got this up on his screen right now. Yeah, so we see the basic concepts of Ansible are the different types of things. One of the thing is a control mode. Another thing is a managed node. So I will point out the control node and the managed nodes. So here's the main control node that I'm using right now. It's part of an out-of-band management network that connects up to each of the devices. The firewalls, it's a little bit of a special case, so I'm not concerning myself with those right now. I also have another control node here that will ultimately be used once the network is up and running for remote management for people working outside of this representation of a office building. But for now, this is the main control node that is relevant to what we're doing now in this session. Everything else is a managed node, pretty much, except for this device here, which is the DNS and DHCP server. This also is on the out-of-band network, and what it does is it uses dynamic DNS so that each device can be accessed with its name instead of its IP, and then it also hands out IPs, so when you drop a device, you don't need to concern yourself with configuring the IP. So it's my attempt to make a addition of a device as seamless and automated as possible. So I'm going to open up the control node now that Ansible is on. All right, and then I'll log into it. And the control node is virtualized, so it's a little bit laggy. Okay, there we go. So it's all set. It's an Ubuntu Linux device. So I've got all the same things, Visual Studio Code. I've got the same folder as well that I'm working on up here, the repository. So it's all tied up to centralized Git repo on my profile. And then Mike is looking at that as well through through an extension here called Live Share. So next thing I'll do is move into the folder with all the Ansible code in it and open that up in Visual Studio Code. All right, and then Mike, I think where I'll end it here for now is run the playbook and then see what the results are. Does that sound good?
Sure, we can give it a shot.
Okay, so I'm going to run the playbook.
Did you get the updates that we had pulled down that I had made up on Campus Fax YAML on, I think it was on your machine?
No, I did not. So yeah, the other thing, our 5-point plan is to clarify the assumptions. So there are 2 files that were added to the repo. I need to make sure that those files are a part of the local repo that is on this virtual machine. Did either of us push those files up to the centralized repo?
No, the quick edit that we had made to your playbook to put the when clauses in it has not been pushed up.
Okay. Would you like me to push that up or to run it without the modifications we have made so far?
Let's go ahead and run it the way it is with the error condition as a starting point, because that's really just where we are.
Okay, and then addressing the audience, breaking the fourth wall. I don't know. That's kind of how I do things. I don't know. I'm not a YouTuber really, but so what we're going to do now is we came up with kind of a solution, but we're going to take it one step at a time. So these changes are not pushed. They're not in the centralized repo. So we can see there is a difference between what is in the file explorer here. We don't have those 2 files, and we don't have the changes to the playbook. So I'm just going to show what things look like now. So I will do the playbook command. So the command is Ansible -playbook, and then it's -I for inventory to feed it the inventory file, which is host.ini, and then it's the name of the playbook. So it's in the playbooks folder, and the name of the playbook is campusfax.yml. Okay, and Ansible play is not the correct command. The correct command is Ansible playbook, B-O-O-K. Okay, so now this is interesting because it's not the same problem. Oh, so in addition to the incorrect command being used, the incorrect file was fed to the command. The correct file is HOSTS with an S and not HOST.ini. So I just add the S. Okay, so now it's gathering the device facts, running the play, and then it's running a task within the play. And this is very slow. Now, one of the things I can do, Mike, is redirect or T the output to a file, and then you can do a tail on the file and see what's going on. Would you like me to do that?
I'm okay just following along audio this for now.
Okay. Yeah, and I learned that from the LPIC. So even though I failed the LPIC, I feel like there's a lot of kind of valuable things I got out of it.
Yeah, I guess I could tail it in VS Code. That might be because I'm just sitting here thinking, if I'm going to tail a file, I need to have access to it. But I guess I could tail it from VS Code here. Well, no, this is VS Code on your workstation, not on the control node.
But what I could do is cancel the sharing on my workstation and then share it from the virtual machine. But the lag might be...
Oh, you put VS Code on the control node.
Or even have
so
two
VS
links.
Code's on the control node?
VS Code is on the control node, and the Ansible development is happening in VS Code on the control node.
Interesting. Okay.
Okay, so if you'd like, I can drop a second link, and that second link is to the control node instance of VS Code.
I think that is very likely something that was set up just for the training class. In a production enterprise environment, you would not have VS Code on the control node. Control node would be networking-wise isolated enough that using VS Code on it would be extremely difficult.
Yeah, I have been in situations professionally where using VS Code was controversial, and not using VS Code could have saved, some getting used to using VS Code whenever, wherever, in my opinion, isn't necessarily a sustainable practice. When it is appropriate to use VS Code, yes, use it, but it is not appropriate in all cases.
The way this would typically be implemented in an enterprise is your playbooks and the dependent host file and all of those things would be stored in a repo that was a GitHub or a GitLab type repo. And then the CI in that repo would be what would actually run the Ansible commands on the control node. So okay. The only thing you would need on the control node is Ansible itself and the ability for that to be reached out to from whatever your CI tool is. GitHub Actions or GitLab CI, or there's half a dozen other little ones out.
Okay, so I do have the results of the playbook up now. The results is it listed every device that it was meant to log into, but it says that for each device it was failed. I've got some error messages as well. What I've been doing is redirecting the error output, or just all the output, to a log file, and then pushing that up in version control, pulling it down, and feeding that to ChatGPT through my local workstation.
Is that these JSON files that are showing skip reason?
Yes, right now
result with false.
The error is failed to authenticate, and I could post a screenshot. Maybe that's the fastest way.
I think that we're good. We just have an error condition. We know we have an error condition. I think It would be good to step on to the next phase of what we had planned on discussing.
Okay, so before moving on, I do want to demonstrate, though, that it's not just an issue with the lab, the issue is with something in Ansible. I can log into each of the devices through SSH. So I'm just going to log into the first and the second device in the task output, and to demonstrate that I can in fact log in through SSH. It's not that something with connectivity itself on the device is incorrect.
Definitely narrow the problem down into the Ansible configuration.
Yeah, so I kind of forget which username I used. Oh, I think I used my name as a username. And this is another thing where I'm using a out-of-band network with just hubs. So like the broadcast domain is giant on it, so there's a lot of lag. I don't think that's making a difference though. It could be, but it's about a 2-3 second lag at most, like 5 seconds, where otherwise if I think it's with that network design for the out-of-band network is why it takes so long. So it could be faster, but I don't think.
Is your out-of-band?
What was that?
Out-of-band isolated on the 9 dot?
Yes.
Okay, so there is like a 9 dot out-of-band that just the network devices.
Right. There's going to be an out-of-band. There's going to be an in-band network that contains the customer traffic and the management traffic. That's going to be. Yeah, so that's going to be other subnets in the /16 supernet. So, yeah. If I said that right, I don't think I did.
Yep. 9.10. Fairly standard network configuration for an enterprise data center, or a large distributed enterprise even.
Yeah. Okay, so I demonstrated now that data-ls-04 can be logged into. So I'm going to pick out another section of the network. The data section of the network is over here. This is a on-premise data center in the virtual network. So this is another thing where it's really not true to real life. It'd be more a cloud service or something in a colo. An on-campus data center, as far as I know, is really not that typical for most enterprises, but just for the sake of finishing this book, this is how I have it. Do you have anything to say about that, Mike?
No, not at all. Actually, a lot of enterprises will have a small on-prem data center for critical workloads that they want to isolate. Those are usually air-gapped networking environments, so they're a special case unto themselves, but this is a very valid learning and test environment.
Perfect. Okay, so I'll next demo that I can log into a device on the WAN, and I'll log into WAN dist 02. And there's a delay for every device, and it's because of that network I have for out-of-band management. There will not be this sort of delay once I'm going in through the other controlled node, which is for the remote workers. This delay will not be there anymore. So we can see I logged in. I've got the command prompt, privilege exact, all the permissions are correct. So everything's good to go. We just need to next figure out how to, we need to discuss some outcomes and create some SMART goals for how we're going to resolve this issue in Ansible. So Mike, would you like me to pause it?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So
what are we going to try and do?
What are we going to try to do? So what we're going to try to do is discuss the goals for this video and the rest of this series, and holistically for the rest of my career. So when I started this series, the goal really was just to read the book, read the dang book front to back. But it kind of diverged a little bit from that. And if anyone has gone through the older videos, I talk about that a lot. So one of the ways it diverged is the book, and I've talked about this a lot in the prior series, leaves out a big part of network automation in my opinion, and that is how do you automate a device that hasn't been shipped to you yet, or has but is in a box that somebody needs to take out of the box? The answer is you absolutely cannot. But what you can do is make this process better. So this is where I don't really see that being mentioned in the book all that much. I think there was one small paragraph that kind of mentioned it a little, and this is what I like to think about, because the situations I've been in could have really gone better if this were taken care of. There are companies that do this, but to have this completely be missing from the book is something that I just think there needs to be basically a whole chapter or two added just for this. And the name I would give it, and it might not be the industry name, is 0-day provisioning. It's what happens before you even power up the device, and then when you put that power in, the device comes up. What happens then? What can the device do at that point? And at that point, when you plug in the power, there are certain things. One of them is, I forget what it's called, but it's for Cisco. And then the kind of more well-known version is ZTP, Zero Touch Provisioning, which is where it automatically reaches out and tries to get an IP, tries to get the information it needs to be managed remotely. Now, in most cases, especially with older gear, all you really get is a console port and a console connection. You plug in, then you configure that stuff there. But those are really older days, especially with the Cisco CI. I forget what it's called, and I don't want to call it the wrong thing, but there are definitely ways to address 0-day provisioning, as I call it, and I wish those ways were kind of more included in this book than they are, and that's something I've talked about a lot on this channel. So yeah, this is continuing where I left off. So I left off in chapter 6, network reconnaissance. We can see the example network that is in the book, and then that looks about the same as the one I have with a few differences. We can see the networks I have for each segment of the network. We've got the core, data center, internet, WAN, and then the floor. So the goal with thinking about 0-day automation is, what do we do when we need another floor? Well, hopefully the answer is we just plug everything in and walk away and our second floor is ready. But if you don't have a good strategy for this 0-day provisioning, the answer could be you plug everything in, nothing works, the bandwidth is terrible, nothing is working, and you just have to bring in some kind of architect to figure out why, when you plugged everything in, nothing really worked. Okay, but ultimately, yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to say, from working with large enterprises where we were doing network configuration management, the 0-day problem was usually solved by a combination of two things. One, if you're a large enterprise and you're purchasing Cisco equipment, you can usually work with Cisco to make sure that that equipment is pre-configured at some level. Most of the organizations that I was working with had agreements with Cisco to pre-configure equipment to have SNMP enabled, so that when they plugged it into the network, you could discover it over SNMP and load an initial configuration, kind of provision the software, if you will. The challenges that you've mentioned, I think, are extensive if you don't have that negotiation power with your vendors to say, hey, when you ship my equipment, make sure it's all configured like such, so that I can plug in the power, plug it into the network, and walk away from it. On the software side, the tools that match up there are going to be things like Ansible or another network configuration tool that are then going to go in and connect to that. And when we talk about provisioning, I kind of see it in those two ways. The first part is provisioning the hardware and getting the device connected to the management network so that I can then access it from a tool like Ansible. Ansible usually then is going to do an initial discovery, collect some information. Most of the time when it's connected to the network, it's only going to connect to the out-of-band network initially. And so the initial automation that takes place is deploying a configuration that connects it to the 10 dot network, the in-band network, and runs some simple tests to make sure those configurations worked. If they didn't work, you're going to want to roll them back. If they did work, you're probably going to want to do some more discovery to update your inventory of what things look like. So when we talk about automated provisioning or zero-touch provisioning, those are the types of tool connections that I've seen implemented in large enterprise organizations.
Awesome. Yeah, and I have made some efforts to try to address that. One of the efforts I made is I have the dedicated DNS and DHCP server. So that will serve up DHCP addresses to any interface on the network configured with DHCP. And that's one of the first things I had to do beyond zero touch provisioning, this concept of plugging it in and it going. I had to go in and set all the interfaces to DHCP so that they send the discover packet and the DHCP DORA process discover offer request acknowledge. That's a broadcast packet that goes out on the broadcast out of band network, and then it happens upon the DHCP server. The DHCP server then sends back an IP address, but the thing that makes it so that you can dynamically build up some sort of information table that can be used by Ansible to build the hosts file is DHCP option 12. Certain devices will also be able to send their host name in the DHCP packet, and a Ansible playbook file, or sorry, not the playbook file. Well, an Ansible playbook file draws from a inventory file that really just needs, at minimum, a host name in it, and then it can resolve that host name through DNS on the machine it's running from. Does that sound right? Anything you'd like to add?
DNS is a great way to. No, DNS is a great way to kind of at the entry level start to gather this type of information. Frequently in large data centers, some of the backing service databases or other critical backing services, they won't want configured through DHCP. So sometimes part of that automated provisioning is switching or configuring them with a static IP address and doing the necessary DNS registrations for that to kind of create a more static networking environment. That the networking into space changes so fast that may no longer be a best practice, but that was part of the automated provisioning that I've seen in the past, is switching a device over from DHCP to a static.
All right, so let's talk about the ultimate goal for this video here, and then pause the video and then move on to the next section. So for me, the ultimate goal is not to create this 0-day provisioning system. It's beyond that. We've already got the host file, we've already got reaching out to the network, and we've already got data from Ansible that is stored in the documentation folder. Right now, the data is in this folder structure here for each device on the network, and it's in a JSON file, but the data only consists of a skip reason and skipped equals true. So the ultimate goal for me by the end of this session in this video will be to have real network reconnaissance data that is valuable. It will occur a few steps beyond that day zero provisioning where you just plug it in on the job in the real world. If you can get it to that, and you can using Ansible and using certain strategies, especially if you have these devices with special features on them like ZTP, that would be great. For me, that's not necessarily the goal of this video or this series. The original goal was to read through this entire book. The goal now is to kind of get unstuck from this situation I find myself in, where I've actually said in my last video, don't use Ansible code. Well, I want to change my mind on that and be able to say, here is what you can get by using Ansible. it works if you know how to use it. So that's what I've got Mike on here for. Thank you very much. This is what our troubleshooting is all about. So I'm going to pause it, and then when I unpause, we'll go on to the next section of the video. All right, so now the video is unpaused, so take it away, Mike.
All right, I just wanted to make a quick disclaimer to say that I have experience with network management from an architectural perspective. I've worked with large organizations implementing network configuration management solutions using other products, not necessarily Ansible. So that's the sum of my knowledge in this space. I've been leaning very heavily on reading documentation and manuals and having discussions with ChatGPT. So I don't know a bunch. Given that, when Graham shared his playbook with me, I was noticing that he had the playbook configured with multiple steps to collect information from different types of devices. And Ansible is basically going to iterate over all of the hosts identified in the host file, and it's going to try and execute each step for each of those. Obviously, doing a Cisco module on a Juniper network device is not going to work, and so you're probably going to start to get a bunch of error messages. The research I did turned up that usually you want to use a when clause on the step so that you can only use the step when it matches the device. Another option would be for us to create separate playbooks and just do a playbook for each device, and instead of selecting all hosts, select a named collection of hosts for that device. So there's a couple of different ways to approach the problem, but I believe that if we simply add these when clauses, when Ansible Network OS matches the OS of the module that we're attempting to use, I think this should address the error messages that you're having today. So fairly short question. I've made that edit on live share, and I think that's on your Windows workstation. Do we want to commit that and push it up, or?
Yeah, absolutely.
How would you want?
One of the things I really want to make a point of on this channel is you can collaborate. It's not all about sitting down by yourself, scratching your head, and typing everything in key by key. Like this is the perfect example of that. He looked it over. He determined this, so he can push his own changes. You can push them up. I can pull them down, and we can try it. So yeah, please make that commit because it'll demonstrate really the power of collaboration. It's really something not to take for granted, for sure.
It would be great if I was editing it locally and I could do it from that. Unfortunately, you're running live share, so you have to do the commit from your side.
Correct. Okay. Yeah. So he's got the ability.
You have to commit it on your Windows workstation, and then we can pull it down to the control node.
Okay. Yeah. So you can edit the files. You just can't edit. You can't access my bash prompt down here, and you can't access things like the version control tools that I have over there, it looks like.
Yep.
But one thing that's kind of cool is I have an automatically generated commit message. It says co-authored by Mike Storey, and it has your GitHub username, looks like an email syntax on it, and it I can just hit commit and go with that. Is there anything you'd like to maybe add to it? I'll paste it into the chat here to show you what the default generated commit message looks like.
Cool. Yeah.
All right, so let's go with that.
This is the first time I've used live share. This is really cool.
All right, so let's go with that message. I'm going to hit commit. So I've got no staged changes, so I will stage all the changes first. And I'll just look through the changes one by one. That's always, I think, a good thing to do. So the first change, we added the assumptions file. Second change, we've got a management plan file. And then the third change is changing that playbook so that we won't get commands run on devices that are not intended to run on. So we're doing that with these when statements here. So I'm going to click commit.
So let's make a quick note that the two other YAML files that were there, the assumptions and the plan, were around building an automated 0-day provisioning process. And so we've been working with kind of that larger idea, and that's what those documents were about.
All right. Okay, so those changes are now synced to the repository. So I need to pull them down on the control node. And I've got automatic fetching turned on. So if I just go to the source control, there it is, all ready to go. I just need to click sync changes down. All right, and then all I need to do is run the playbook again. I did, it looks like, make some changes to, I created a new file accidentally in running the wrong hosts. So I'm gonna go to my source control on my control node in my lab, and it looks like there are no changes now, so everything's good to go. So all I need to do is run the playbook now that it has the updates. And when I do this, I will do that technique of doing a pipe TEE and then a redirect to the error log .txt. I might need to do to make. I think this is all I need to do actually. So if you can go, Mike, to the folder in the repository that says, let's see here. So it's just the main folder. It's not in any subfolder, and it's a file that says error_log.txt. I'll have to commit and push, but after I commit and push, you'll see the output in that file. And the other option I have is sharing the instance here, and then you might be able to see that file automatically update, but there will be problems with lag since it's a virtualized machine. Okay, so the first thing I do notice is it's running quite a bit slower than it was. I'm not sure what's going on with that, but that is definitely true.
Maybe it's gathering more information this time. That would be a good thing, wouldn't it?
Definitely. The other thing I do notice, though, is that there's not the same kind of output. So at this point, I will commit the change, and I'm going to say adding win statements. I'm going to commit that and then sync it up. So I got to stage them. I guess you can automatically stage them, but sometimes that can save an error. So it's not the worst warning to get, in my opinion. So, okay, now that's synced. So if you pull that down, or actually if I pull it down, because I'm sharing my one on my local workstation. So I'll let you know. Okay, yeah, so that's pulled down. Now you can pull up that file and see what the results were. So there's actually quite a few more results here than there were in the output. I wonder if when I did the output, there was some kind of problem. This actually doesn't even look like a update. I mean, the main thing, the result, which is kind of what I really was glossing over is in the documentation folder. The campus subfolder within that has all of the devices. So that's where, okay, so we still do have the conditional result was false for each of those. So yeah, there was kind of behavior in there that I didn't really expect. I didn't expect it to not show the same kind of output as it showed. I do see an error that says unexpected exception. This is probably a bug. Module lib has no attribute. So I'm not sure. It could be, let me see if I have a virtual environment.
Well, let's make sure we're understanding the context of where this error is occurring.
Okay.
So this error is occurring on data LS01. So does that mean data DS01 was successful? Let's see. This is Cisco, that makes sense.
And I do see something.
Device facts. Go ahead.
I do see something a little odd as well. It's just kind of surprising me that the output, what's written in the log file, does not match the standard output for that command, which is displayed on the screen. I thought T, when you pipe something into T, it redirected to the file, but then it also wrote it to standard input as well. So either I used T incorrectly or something happened. I could try running it again without T, but I don't think the results will be different, but why don't I try that? Okay, so I'm running it without T, and now I do see the play, which is gather device facts. Then I see each of the tasks, so it is behaving more like I would have expected. So something about how I was using T was probably causing that unexpected behavior. It's still taking noticeably longer than it took before the addition of the when statements. Okay, but we've got the same output as before those when statements were added. Failed to authenticate, authentication failed, and then the skipped or no relevant reconnaissance data was collected in the documentation folder either. All right, so would you like me to pause it, or is there anything else to
You don't, I mean, if you want to pause it because it's going to be quiet for a minute, you can, but I'm reading through the error logs right now, trying to wrap my head around where the error is occurring and what it might be.
Okay, so yeah, I'll give you some time to do that, and I'll pause the video. All right, so we're unpaused now. So what we're going to do is optimize our work session here. I was live sharing the instance of Visual Studio Code on my local desktop, but that makes it so that the things I do in real time are invisible if they happen in the control node on the actual lab, because that's in a different machine. So Mike left the live share for my desktop, and I'm going to send him a link so he can join it for the one on the control node. So here I have the extension up that I'm using, Live Share by Microsoft. It's installed, so I need to click here on Live Share and then click Share. Okay, and then sign in. I'll sign in using a GitHub account. right, so the password's going to be hidden and it's saved anyway, so I can do that while it's showing it. No problem there. Hopefully it doesn't require two-factor. Okay, so now I've got a warning here. GitHub Authentication wants to open a URI. I will say open. Now it's starting the collaboration session. So the last step is to copy the collaboration link and then to send it to Mike. The issue with this step, though, is I don't have a shared clipboard set up. I've tried to set that up, and it's been too challenging to figure it out. So one kind of tip and trick I can do, and this is the power of collaboration as well, is I don't think we need this log file anymore. So I'm going to override it with the link and then push that up, and then you can get it from there, Mike. From the error log file. All right.
Where should I access that?
You can access that. Oh, good point. So, I'll send it to you in Discord because, yeah, you could have accessed it from the sharing from before, but since you're no longer in that sharing, you can't access it. But I can still access it and use the clipboard on my local desktop and copy that and paste it into Discord. All right, so here it is.
Okay, did you update the error log or, oh yeah, you did that. So
now what I can do is run it again and pipe the output into the error log again.
There. I can see the output there.
Oh, perfect.
However you want to do it.
Yeah, so that was the goal of changing it over. Now you can see the output here, and we don't need to ping pong a file back and forth. Okay, so in this output here, we can see the skipping behavior has persisted.
Stop. Did you run it in the terminal window in VS Code?
Yes, I ran it in the terminal window in VS Code. So here's VS Code on the control node in the lab, which we can see is right here. And then the terminal window is integrated into VS Code right here. So if you'd like, I can run it one more time here.
Yes, right there so I can see the output.
Okay, and we've got some key files passed to it. We've got the host.ini file with the inventory of the lab, and then we've got the playbook that we're running here.
Looks like you've got a Python version warning that you need to...
Right, the current version is 3.6.9.
It's a deprecation. Yeah, it's just a deprecation. I'm good.
Okay.
I mean, I like to take care of those things when I can, but yeah, they said they want to get it up to 3.8.
Yeah, and I've tried taking care of that. I think a big reason for it is my version of Ubuntu is out of date, and I could update the version when I run GNS3 itself. It has to go on an out-of-date version. Maybe they fixed that in recent updates, but I'm just using the same version that I'm using on the bare metal server that I have in my living room.
Yeah. All right, and this is where we're getting the failed to authenticate. And it is on data data ls 1, 2, 3, 4. We're getting it everywhere else now. Why did it skip these entries? Okay, let me catch up with the error messages that we got. Hang on.
All right.
Well, we're getting new error messages now, at least.
Right, and we do see an error message here that I have seen before. Connection type network CLI is not valid. I have changed the connection type to SSH instead, and it has done different things that seemed better to me, but it still has not worked the way expected.
Okay. When debugging, I frequently follow the technique of simplifying first.
Right.
So how about if we just simplify and get rid of the connection type on at least these data ls hosts? Let's just get them going first. Sound reasonable?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm just going to take that off of the first 4 here. Save that bad boy and let's run it again.
All right, so the cool thing about having the live share switched over is I saw the work that you did. I can see a purple cursor representing where you are. So, yep, it looks like those changes went through. Got to be careful to make sure the file is saved before running it. Otherwise, it will not register the changes. I do have autosave set up, so the file is saved. So I will run it again.
And shortcut keys worked for me. I did a Command S and saved it. So
perfect.
taking longer to run, I don't know. Maybe it's a good sign.
Yeah, I think it will take longer to run when it works the way as intended, because it'll be drawing those commands back, which will probably take more time. But at the same time, authentication failure is a long process because it has to time out, it has to try.
Yeah, it has to time out.
Yeah, and one thing.
Again, in the idea of simplifying, I'm going to take the user ID that you specified and see if it'll use defaults.
Okay.
And if this doesn't work, I'm going to dive back. I'm going to need to dive back into the documentation about authentication and privilege escalation. I saw those sections of the manual, but I didn't do anything with them. So, okay, you can kill it and restart it because I've already made changes to the host or to the playbook.
Okay, yep, so I see those changes were made. Now all we've got is the Ansible Network OS set and then the hostname fed to it. So the playbook is still running. The playbook finished. So all I need to do is run it one more time. And then the other thing to know is it will go through the hosts file line by line, beginning with the first line. So we can see right away if those changes had any effect or not, because the first devices it will do are these first devices in the host.ini file.
And the reason it starts at the top is because in the playbook we said hosts all.
Okay.
We could have said hosts Junos or host COS and it would have started it there.
Yeah, I think it makes sense to have the playbook open while this is going.
Yeah, I've got that here, and we can see where it started out with gather device facts, and then an iOS device facts, and that's where we started getting our error messages, which is the same place. We're getting them in a slightly different order, probably just because the timeouts are different. But I am seeing the failure on 3, 1, 2, 4, so they all 4 still failed.
Yeah, and it's still a authentication failure.
Yeah, it's still an authentication failure. And let's see, are we getting it for the rest of them now? Yeah, floor access, so we're getting it for the rest of those. Junos device facts, it's skipping because it's not the right type. Just for giggles.
Yep.
Let's try in the hosts. What was it? I want to try just the Juno. So I think that looks like this.
Okay.
And I'm also curious about gather facts no. Either that should be false or true, but not no.
Okay.
And I'm not sure of the relationship between gather facts at the root of the playbook and the fact that we're gathering facts. So can we try changing this to true?
Yes.
Okay, changed and saved, and then the host file. Yeah, I think this is going to skip us down to do just the Junos host. So let's see what happens when we try that.
All right, so let's run it again. What we're expecting now is to just see the Junos host show up, and then hopefully some additional progress with changing that gather facts from no to true instead. Okay, so we're ignoring a timeout now. Okay, so we've got quite a bit of different
messages.
Yeah, so the first thing I do see is
we got unreachable
what was that? Go ahead.
We got unreachables this time. No, it's unreachable 0, failed 1, so it was able to reach it.
Yeah, and it looked like it successfully.
It only tried to do...
Exactly. Yep.
So in our host file, these are the only 4 hosts that we worked with. So
these
we
are all
ourselves down to just Junos.
These are the Juniper devices. So data DS1, 2, and then the core, which I'm showing here in the lab. These are, and we can see that with the icons. They've got the control plane and the management plane are separate in Juniper devices, and they're connected together with an internal wire. So to represent them in GNS3, you actually have 2 different devices, control plane node and the management node, and the data node and the management plane, and they call them planes, and then you connect them together. So that's why there's 2 icons representing the Junipers, and we can see there are 4 Junipers, and each of the 4 Junipers are the Junipers that were reached out to by the playbook now that we made that change from all hosts to just the Junos hosts.
And I'm going to change gather facts to false since it was no.
Okay.
Because that may be part of it. So let's try again.
All right, so now gather facts is changed from true to false. So we're going to run the playbook one more time. And now we skipped each of the Juniper devices.
The iOS devices. There was no iOS device to check. That part of it is working right.
So
and
here's
our error messages are fewer now.
Right, and there's something interesting about
CLI is not valid. So it's a problem that's specifically with the Juniper Networks Junos fax module. So I want to go to the Ansible documentation for this. I had a link somewhere to the reference for all of the modules.
I do think it's strange that it didn't skip EOS. It detected that each of those devices were not iOS devices and skipped them, but it did not do that for the EOS task.
Let's see, it skipped iOS, it hit Junos. I think the reason it didn't show the EOS devices, I'm guessing here, is because it did find the Junos devices, so it didn't need to continue.
Okay.
But just for my own ratification, I'm going to move it in front and save and try it again. Let's see what the difference is.
Okay.
It's a learning process.
Okay, so now we've got an exception. It looks like that lib has no attribute error is associated with the EOS section of the playbook somehow.
And we suspect that was the EOS devices. So,
yeah,
just for giggles, simplify until we get something that works. Try it again.
Okay.
Okay, we didn't get our errors because it wasn't even trying to do the EOS facts.
Okay, so already that's kind of
And
a big win.
And it's so this error message here, connection type network CLI is not valid for Junos fax module.
Yeah.
I'm looking for the documentation for the Junos fax module. So where was the module?
Okay, perfect. And then just as an aside, while you're doing that, I'm gonna keep the video running, not do a pause, and show that I can SSH to the first one of those devices. I could do it for each, but I'll just do it for the first one.
Yeah.
And
well,
yep.
I feel very confident that's not the problem because the error message right here says unreachable is 0. So he was able to reach the device.
Okay, perfect. And we see that is the case as well. I can reach it manually, and we already knew that though because of the output from Ansible. Yeah, so the 0 and the 1 are binary values. 0 represents a value of true, 1 represents a value of false.
I think it's just a count.
Just a count. Okay, so I'm incorrect about that. Yeah, because changed is 0. So
I don't know. I don't know if that's true at all. I'm just making my guess.
Okay. Yeah, guessing can be problematic sometimes too, because then you have to unlearn how it works if you come to an incorrect conclusion.
Yep. Next, modules and plugging. There we go. There's a couple of them, and they're in alphabetical order, and J is not very near the top when you have a million systems. There we go, Jennifer. Was recommended connection is netconf.
Okay.
It also works with local connections. So what's the syntax going to be in hosts instead of network CLI? What is that going to be? Where do we get our... in the host file documentation. There it is, netcommon. What did we say the preferred network was?
Netconf. NETCONF. Yeah.
Okay.
I have experience with netconf. Netconf is another process to manage a device remotely. It's a process that is different from SSH. I think you might be able to do it over SSH. As far as I know, typically it's done through HTTP. I could be wrong about that, but the point I'm trying to make is it could be that we have to do another touch to the device to enable netconf.
Well, let me do this real quick because I want to see what the valid options are for Ansible Connect. There it is. This is what I wanted. Well, this is what happens when you don't know something. You have to read the document.
And this is great because I think a lot of people watching this channel, and I know myself, would not be here. They would be in Google, they would be in ChatGPT 3. So this is a great representation of something I've talked about before, which is the basics of critical thinking. Primary sources are where you get the best information, and this is a primary source.
I may be looking at the wrong spot. Let me search this again. Ansible connection string value, is that supposed to be just netconf or Ansible netcom and netconf?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Well, I'll tell you what, let's try the shorter version and see if we get an error message.
All right.
And I'm going to leave one of them the same just so that we get the error message we were accustomed to. So it looks like it is saved. Give it another shot.
Okay, so the first three are using the full version or the shorter. I actually don't remember, but looking at the output of the task right now, I do see that they were skipped. They were skipped because they're not iOS devices. So now we've got the output from the first one.
And Core 2 got our error message, but the other guys did not. So Core 2 was the one I didn't change it on.
Okay.
Well, we got new error messages, though, I think.
Yeah, and this is where...
Yes, we got new error messages.
Yep. So it could not open the socket.
Could not open the
Yep. Mm-hmm. Port 830.
So, yeah. Can we get to that guy?
So there's a few ways to test that. This is a socket here. A socket consists of a address to the device, usually an IP address, but since we're using DNS, it can be represented with a host name. So we've got the host name of the device there. It's resolved through DNS. And then the second part of a socket, the socket is kind of like an IP address, but it's an address not to the network interface card. It's an address to the application running on the device. In this case, the application is netconf on port 830. So one of the ways we could test to see if we can access certain ports is use a telnet, as far as I know. There might be better ways, but this is really the only way one of the ways I know. So if we try to do a telnet connection there, we should see connection refused. That will show that there is nothing available to connect to on that port. So we don't see connection confused, but we do see that the name or service is not known. If we try it on a port that is open, like port 22 for SSH, then okay, so we get the same thing. So that's perhaps not the best way to troubleshoot that message, because we do know that SSH is on port 22, and we got the same could not resolve name or service not known message, even though we do know that it knows about the SSH service. So telnet is a legacy management protocol. It's kind of like SSH, but it's got security features that it doesn't have security features. It doesn't have the private key, public key exchange system. So everything that goes over the network in telnet is going over in plain text. So the passwords can be seen as they are and entered in as they are. So telnet is not a good utility to use to manage devices, but to do troubleshooting, as far as my opinion, is that all tools could potentially have a place when it comes to troubleshooting. In this case, it looks like telnet is not a tool that will be lucrative.
Documentation and seeing that they like it to be longer, but in quotes too, so I'm just not sure.
And I do see that there's
and that's also they're showing it in YAML and not in any. So
Right. Yeah, the host file we're looking at here is .ini. The syntax there looks like it's for .yml file.
yeah, but I am seeing that it does look like Ansible netcom and netconf. I don't know if that's just a default, but let's try it. Run it again.
All right. Okay, so looks like we got the same message for all four of the devices. Cannot open socket to port 830. And this is where I do think there has to be another touch. We talked about 0-day provisioning in this sense where you use a feature like ZTP, and how there's just some cases where you need somebody on the ground to plug in with a console server and type in interface mgmt0 IP DHCP enter. Like there's
Have
yeah.
you set up SSH keys to authenticate between the controller and the devices?
Yes, I have. And the way I can show that is true is by SSHing, and you'll notice that when I SSH, terminal has no selection to copy. Well, it's easy to type out. It's DATA-DS-02. I would like this message to leave, so I click the X, and there we see the syntax here. We can see when I hit enter, I am not prompted for a password. Instead, it uses public key authentication and logs me in without the need for a password. It just takes a while because it's on that broadcast hub network for out of band, so traffic is very slow on that network. And I can do a show configuration pipe display set, and I believe I know what the answer here is. So if I do a pipe display set like that, I will get the configuration on the device shown. Now this is a beyond day 0 provisioning, as I talked about before. This is with touches made to the devices through console connections, through what in the real world would be a person on the ground with access to the physical device. So what was put on there was the host name, the basic stuff you need to set up a Juniper. So you need a root authentication password so that it doesn't go up to the amnesia user. You need SSH to be set up for remote management. Here is where I plugged in the public key from the control node, the Ansible control node. And then this is where I believe the netconf connection is going wrong. The netconf system service has not been activated.
So I changed the connection from netconf to network CLI, which is what you had before.
Okay.
But I used the fully qualified name because that's what I found in the documentation. So you can see kind of the difference between where it is here and where it is here.
Okay, so
let's try it again with that, see what happens.
Okay, so we're changing the
Because
Ansible
this is
connection.
definitely where
Yep.
we get into the SSH.
All right, so let's run it one more time.
looks like when somebody that doesn't know the software is troubleshooting it, they spend all their time reading the manual. Connection type Ansible netcommon network CLI is not valid for Junos Fax. But when I'm looking at, I'm looking at the Junos OS platform. I'm not looking at the Junos Fax module. Where was?
Yeah, and that's I'd like to point that out as well. That's the difference between somebody like you, Mike, who's later on in the career has decades of experience behind you, and somebody like me who's at the beginning. I pull up ChatGPT, and we're at kind of the same situation, but you're using the actual sources made by the developer, the primary material, instead of the secondary material through ChatGPT.
I find that ChatGPT is really good at helping me frame my ideas, and then I have to dive into the documentation. Sometimes ChatGPT is really good at getting the syntax and everything right, but I almost always feel like I at least need to read the getting started part of the documentation, and that kind of gives you some good stuff. Let's see. Here is my index of all modules.
And I'm framing that as a positive thing because this is the primary source
I
made by
wasn't
the
going to
developer.
say that you called me old.
Oh, yeah.
Index of all modules. There it was. Then we wanted to. Junos Fax. Okay. Yeah, this module requires the netconf system services to be enabled on the remote device.
Yep. Okay, so yeah, I can.
And it looks like netconf is the only connection supported by this module, so we'll need to get out to those devices to do that. If you'll do that, I'll change the host file back.
Okay. All right, so while you're doing that, I'm going to enable the netconf service on each of the Juniper devices.
I'm going to get a fresh cup of coffee or glass of tea. I'll be right back.
Okay. Okay, so what I'm going to do is make the configuration on the first one and then pause, and then the video will start when it's unpaused. Okay, so we've got the command set system services here, and then we see netconf here, so I'm going to enter that in. Paste. And then there's a missing, so SSH, I want it to be allowed over SSH. There we go, that's all I need, so commit and quit. All right, and now it's configured on the first one, so same thing for the next two, but I'm gonna take a pause and I'll be back in a minute. Both Mike and I will be back in a minute. All right, so we're back, we're all rested up, got a nice break. So this relates to this idea of zero-day provisioning. How do you automate a device that is in a cardboard box? You can't. There are some things that it's just hard to automate. You need a robot for something like that. So this is another instance where, hey, wouldn't it be great if we had Ansible all set up, reaching out to the devices, and then we could enable the mechanism that allows us to have Ansible all set up and reach out to the devices? Yeah, that'd be great, but unfortunately that's not how it works. So this is kind of something I wanted to bring up and show you, Mike, because this is an example of what I was talking about. I now have to go into every single device, and I need to enable netconf on the device. And if I have 100,000, a million, a billion devices on my network, that could be really problematic.
Yeah, and I'm trying to think. I would strongly suspect, and I don't know if we're going to have time to get into it today, but I would strongly suspect that there was a different Juniper networking module that we could use that would allow us to make these configurations. So, yeah, I'm not sure how that would work. This is definitely a more advanced Ansible networking topic. But I would imagine if you're SSHing into that device to make a change, that there must be a module somewhere that could do that for us.
Yeah, and that's...
The other thing is, what we discussed is, scripting it in just Bash with environment variables.
Yeah.
But
yeah, that's a good point, because here's where, if you go to ChatGPT, or if you just have this is what I mean when I say I prefer to do everything in Paramiko, because for this is the perfect example. You just write a simple Paramiko script. It's not that long. It's under a few hundred lines, and you SSH to each of the devices, and you drop the config and commit it. That enables netconf. So like this is kind of what I mean. Is like this is never going to go away, in my opinion. And if it does, yeah.
Yeah, the bootstrapping problem is almost always a problem. And
right.
I'm sure that there are 1,000,001 solutions to it. And I would bet there's an Ansible solution to this. I just don't know enough to even know where to start. I would have to, this would probably be an area where I might talk to ChatGPT.
Yeah, but I did change my mind. I think if you can ride on the, because we're already using fully developed OSs, we're already using fully developed Visual Studio Code IDEs. So yeah, you're going to need to know how to use Ansible, use Paramiko to do the things that Ansible can't do, such as bootstrapping, as we're seeing here. Yes, that's always going to be the case, but where I kind of had an opinion in my last video that you're better off getting good at that and only doing that. I think I kind of changed my opinions and beliefs about that a little bit. And I think you do gotta bite the bullet and kind of get this stuff out of the way. But when it comes to doing more advanced, sophisticated things, if you're working with ChatGPT and trying to figure out on your own how to do more advanced things that Ansible already figured out, that's where you're kind of going awry. So it is important to use code. It is important to use Paramiko, but it's also important to use the work that has already been done and not go off in your own way and do things worse.
You've already installed the full Ansible collection, right?
As far as I know, I installed Ansible.
The Ansible Juniper collection. So this
yes.
command here. Okay.
All right, and all of the Juniper devices, there are 4 on the network, they are now all enabled for netconf.
Okay.
Again, if
I'm
there were
finding some information here about how we can use Ansible to do what you just did.
Oh, perfect.
Right, so we could have a different playbook that we would run that would enable netconf, and then we would have this playbook that we could run that would use that netconf configuration.
But
if you got that done,
But how would we connect to the devices without netconf enabled, because we could just, instead of enabling netconf, we could do everything over
If it
that.
would do what you just did, it would use the SSH protocols.
Okay, so, all right. Yeah, that's kind of what I was trying to do before. I think it's fine to use.
I think it would.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it would need to be its own playbook, because it's going to use a different module than the fax module. It's going to use Juno's config module,
Okay.
which probably does support the SSH protocol, which I don't even think we have to specify a connection type for that. What I'm not sure about is we want to move this Ansible connection variable out of the hosts and into somewhere else so that we can use a different value for different playbooks.
Probably group
You know
vars.
what I mean?
Yeah, group vars or host vars.
Yeah. Yeah, so because I think it's going to really depend on the module you're using. I think Juno's config is going to support the SSH. Let me ask. And just ask ChatGPT and we'll see what they think.
Yeah, and while it's printing that out, something that I think is fun in technology is you can think about how these things might happen. So, like, even with this idea of a device being in a box, well, what can you put in a box? You can put a number of things in the box, including a battery that is running something. So you could output some sort of Bluetooth signal or something like that. And even though it's in a box, you can get communication going with that device in the box as it's being racked and address the program that way. So one of the things I really love about this career in technology is there's so much room for creativity and innovation.
Yeah, I think, like I said earlier, large enterprises will say, hey, ship me boxes that all have SNMP configured.
Yeah.
And then I can create all my playbooks to use SNMP to do the provisioning, or at least the initial step of provisioning. I think another thing that I thought of that would be interesting is if the only way I can make that initial configuration is to connect to console, then we might be able to use like the USB hacking tools that emulate a keyboard to just plug it in, it boots up, reads that keyboard types in all the commands to do your initial configuration.
Yeah, that's great.
So, you know, that's kind of a hack approach. I don't know if that's a good idea or not, but it's an idea.
Yeah, and it depends on what your environment's like. I mean, network technicians are competent professionals. They can type in an IP address. So it just depends on what your environment is like, how much effort and thought this sort of stuff.
So ChatGPT is saying that we can specify the connection in the playbook itself instead of in the hosts file. So what it is saying is we could put a statement here that said connection netconf, because that's what we want to use in this playbook.
Mm-hmm.
And then we could have the playbook to enable netconf. What do you want to call that playbook?
Bootstrap, something like that. Yeah, Bootstrap netconf, or yeah, something like that.
can play with that later. We don't need it for now. And we've got this one now specifying netconf there, so that means in our host file, I think we may be starting to see some of the reasons why we might want to have a playbook per platform.
Okay.
Because so do you mind if I change the Campus Fax playbook to be a Campus Juno Fax?
Go right ahead.
Juniper Fax. And this one, I'm just going to get rid of these things because we don't need them. And the host file, I'm going to get rid of the connection type at least for these. Because we're going to specify that in the playbook instead of in the host file. Okay. So let's see if Campus Juniper Fax playbook will run now.
Okay, so let's see the changes you've made. Deleted the Campus Fax, created the new one just for Junipers. And then there's also a change. Oh yeah, there's another playbook to enable netconf. Yeah, so we're gonna run the Campus Fax.
I'm gonna change that one to enable Juniper netconf because it's specific as well.
Okay.
But we're not playing with that one right now. We're just playing with the fax because you did that one manually.
Yes. Okay, so I've got the Campus Juniper Fax playbook specified in the bash command to run Ansible playbooks. So I'm hitting enter. Okay, so now we've got a
connection type network CLI. It's doing network CLI instead of what we wanted.
Right. Yeah, so the only place I'm seeing network underscore CLI is in the enable Juniper netconf playbook. I actually don't see it in the playbooks or the other files, the inventory file that we're using.
Yeah, it's the default. So it's the default so that when I took it off here, that made it revert back to the default.
Okay.
Try again. We should get a different error. I think we'll still get an error, but we should get a different one. Quite a bit longer this time. Maybe it's gathering data. Nope.
So there is an unknown host
key. Our SSH. Yeah, we also got that. Notice the message we got right before, up close to the top here. Let's see, what was it? I'm wondering. Now I'm wondering if we need to worry about the deprecation warnings.
So I think that's a red herring. I think the issue might be that to authenticate to netconf on the device, you need the public key passed to the netconf service and not just to the SSH service. So I think there might be another command or a series of commands that's required on the Juniper devices.
So what was the device that you entered?
The devices I entered were...
Was it this command right here?
Oh, the command that I entered was that command there, yes. But you also need to go into configuration mode. I don't know if it automatically puts you there, but the total set of commands is configure private, that command, and then commit space and dash quit.
Okay, and you did the netconf SSH?
Yes, I chose SSH for the way to interact with netconf. You can also use like HTTP, but in this case, I thought it would use the key. Yeah, apparently it did not.
Yeah, so it looks like the SSH. I mean, well, we have SSH'd in, and it didn't prompt us, so we know our SSH key is there.
For a straight
right?
Yes, for a SSH connection from a terminal to the device. Yes, we can do that. For netconf, it looks like there is some issue preventing that.
There's an additional host key that we need to configure for netconf.
Yeah, that would be my guess of how to go forward, is to enter in more commands on the device that are specific to the way netconf works on it.
Yeah, well, at least we are getting a new error message, right?
Yeah, I think we're close. I think once we get that key working, then it'll just work.
So do you have an idea about how to fix that key?
I do. So my idea would be to log into the device and kind of use the question mark or use whatever tools are on the device to try to figure out the full set of commands for enabling access to netconf features through SSH. So I'm going to start by logging into the first distribution switch in the data center section of this enterprise network. And then I'll question mark it out in various spaces. There is a login section. I'll just show the device, the configuration that's already on there. So I'm in the device now. So I'm going to do a show configuration pipe display set. And here's the configuration that's already on there. We can see the services are enabled here. We can see that we've got what I thought would be enough for the netconf service. We've got system login user and then authentication SSH RSA. So I thought that would be enough, but perhaps there's something else that would be required. So I'm going to check for that first under edit system services and then a set question mark. So we've got SSH to allow SSH access. That we've already got in the running config. System, let's see here. So this is under system services. Yeah, so we've already got that there. SSH, this is just to enable the actual service to do the authentication keys and stuff. That's somewhere else. Then we've got enabling the netconf service, which we've got here. And then you can choose different options here. And then it looks like there aren't any more. Oh, sorry. This is the edit version. So let's go into edit netconf and then set SSH. And then now we can see some more options here. It looks like there aren't any options to give it a key or anything like that here. So I think in another section of the configuration, there might be something missing. The other thing that maybe setting the port to 830 might matter. I'm not sure about that, but I think the problem might be in another section. System login, and then set. Oops, not search. Set, and then set. Message, password, maybe username. Okay, and then the existing one. So now we've got authentication methods for this username. We've got the ssh.rsa, which is already set up, and then various other options. I don't see anything significant to netconf or explicitly called out about netconf, so I don't think this is the area. I think this might be a good question for ChatGPT, but I kind of don't know what to do from here. The other option we have on Juniper devices is we can do top to get to the very top, and then exit, and then we can do like help options. So help apropos netconf, which will give us all the help commands for learning information about netconf. So then we can do this help reference system and learn how to allow it over SSH. Okay, and now we've got built-in manual about the NES-SH connection for netconf. So we saw this before: the connection limit, the port, the rate. So the port, I might be interested in trying that, setting that to 830 or setting that to 22. That might work as well. Why don't I try setting it to 22? That might work. But it's just kind of a shot in the dark. And then I don't think the error message mentioned anything about port 22.
No, it didn't. It was just saying unknown host key.
Right.
So.
But that's what I would think to try. It might be worth a try because it's not doesn't take that long to do. But I wouldn't really bet on it. Okay, and I'll try it on the first one because we'll see whether or not that succeeds. And yeah, okay. So,
yeah, just one thing at a time.
So set system services SSH, and then the port. So this is SSH. SSH is working. Where we have a problem is netconf. And I don't see anything specific to netconf under there, so all the netconf settings are under netconf. And then I think SSH is the connection method. So port. Now we saw that the netconf port is 830.
So after you get the error message again, I want to try one of these recommendations. So I'll let you finish this out. We'll see if it works.
Okay, perfect. So I'm setting the port to 822 because I have reason to suspect that it's at 830, and that might make a difference. So I'm going to not discard the uncommitted changes and commit them. And then I will run the playbook again, and right away we can see if that made a difference or not.
Yep. And you just did it on the first one, right?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'll need to roll back my change most likely because the change might interfere. But we'll see it on the other ones, so it's not that big of a deal. It's just another place where if you don't have version control, you can end up with all these fractured configurations and think that what you did didn't work when it actually was on the right track. It's just it didn't. Yeah. So now it can't open the socket to 830.
So let me try one thing real quick.
Okay.
Let me request read-write access to your terminal window.
All right, it's granted.
Says allowed. Okay, now try running it again.
All right. Okay, so that's the result of that change that hasn't been rolled back.
Well, this is back to the could not open socket error.
Right, but it's for the device that was changed.
But look.
All right, okay. Perfect. So did that come from the documentation?
That came from ChatGPT, and it came with a big warning that this is not the right solution for a production environment.
Okay.
And what it's putting around that is recommendations for troubleshooting the SSH keys.
Mm-hmm.
So since we've got the user as gpatch, does that user have the SSH keys? So do an SSH to using the gpatch user ID.
Okay. All right, and it succeeded on 02, so I'll do it on 02. Okay,
so that's good. And it looks like it's working. It's just the one that we monkeyed with the configuration on.
Okay, so yeah, I can revert that change, which is really cool on Junipers.
Yep.
I think you'll like this if you haven't used Junipers a lot, especially if you've used Cisco's more than Junipers. Juniper has the control plane separated from the data plane, so it has a lot of control plane features that are really innovative. One of them is it has built-in version control. If you do a show commit, so show system commit, I believe it is. It's been a while since I failed the exam for it, but here's all the commits I made. So you can go to configure private. Private makes it so that other people can't go in. It's important to use private. If you just use configure without the private, other people can come in and commit changes. And when they commit their changes, they commit any outstanding changes you have as well, unless you use private or exclusive. So I say always use private when you're on a Juniper. But the other really cool thing about Junipers is since we have this history of changes, we can do rollback to one of the changes. I'm going to roll back to this one here. And we can do show pipe compare, and see that's a quick way to undo that change.
Should give you.
Yep.
Ansible drivers should give us a way to do this type of rollback, no matter what the device is.
Yeah.
It's just the driver is going to leverage the capabilities of the device on device if it can.
Okay. So there we go. Commit and quit. So next is
try again.
Yep.
Yeah.
And it's item potent. So this is where we can see that item potency. For the other three devices, it succeeded already. All
we
right.
go.
Yeah.
Another green line. Green, 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 green. Look at there.
All right.
Okay, so um,
Okay, and I don't see any
so that
representation.
had our campus Juniper fax working.
Yeah.
Just for simplicity, I'm going to make a copy of that and call it campus iOS fax.
All right.
Okay. And here we'll do iOS. And oh, do you have what it was? It was what was the fax module for the?
It should be in the version control. If you look at the timeline of the file, maybe.
Yeah.
I think if you just click on that file. Oh, it should. Are you in? You're in source control, but I don't see a side by side. Usually I see a side by side. So I'll look at it.
There it is.
Oh, we found it. Okay, great.
It's a deleted file. It doesn't like something I did here. Oh. Why is he not liking that?
What I can
These are
see,
indented.
yeah, it looks like the indentation is inconsistent.
Okay.
Huh, but it looks like there's another issue. What is the? Well, I think I can see it
Yeah.
on mine.
Go. It was indentation is a YAML formatting problem.
Okay.
Okay, give it a shot at running the iOS fax playbook.
All right. Now the iOS will see what happens. If it fails, I might have an idea as to why.
Did you run a different one?
I ran the same Juniper playbook. We need to run the other playbook for the iOS now.
Yeah, the campus iOS playbook. Yeah. What? No, it's not playbook fax. How is it even seeing that one? That file is gone.
Right, and you made the changes here.
Playbook.
So yeah, that's kind of an
Yeah.
odd.
And so that, I don't know how it was even using the playbook you was telling it about, because that playbook doesn't exist.
Huh. And not only that, it looks like that's a, if we do an ls-l, that's actually, oh, no, it's a file. I thought it was a directory, but yeah, okay,
Yeah,
so
it's a file.
I'll do an ls on playbooks, and then I'll go up to the command and pick the right playbook. And the right playbook is campus iOS.
Your any file was right.
Now it looks like the naming of this is kind of unusual. It looks like there's a
Did you
space.
just screw up the name of your? Did you just screw up the name of your host's file, or am I just seeing it funny on the line? Host.ini space campus.
Let me see what you see. So it looks like there's some issue with what you're seeing not matching what I'm seeing. So where I'm seeing it, it
All
looks
right,
correct.
Cool.
Yeah. Okay, but I would like to just rename the playbook, because if you can see that, and I'll print it out one more time. So I'll do a clear here ls playbooks. It looks like the name of it contains a space, and then it contains copy.yml, and that's the full name. So I'd like to rename it.
I'll fix that. I'll fix that.
All right.
And that was here. Done.
All right. All right, that looks great. Oops, it's been quite a while since I ran it. Okay. Campus iOS effects.
Yeah, I was going to tell you that I think that you're on the right path when you're thinking about, I could write this code, it would be much easier.
Yeah.
But I would encourage you, when you think that, to think about, okay, how would I organize X, Y, or Z? And then use that to look at the product documentation for Ansible to say, okay, if I was going to write code to do this, I would have to address this problem. How did Ansible address this problem?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So I think that your mindset of, wait a minute, the code to do this should be really easy is a good place to start. But instead of starting writing code there, figure out how Ansible solved that problem.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds great.
Okay. Looks like everything failed with a failed to authenticate. So can you SSH to those guys using your user ID?
Yes, and I'll demonstrate that with the first
all
one.
the same error with all of them. Hang on. I want to see if LS and access are different. Nope, they failed to authenticate same way. So see if you can SSH. Oh, you did.
Mm-hmm.
You're on LS2. So it's not that. take it you're watching my discussion.
In the meantime, I was changing over to looking at the results of those connections now being successful, and the results look great. It looks like we've gathered a large set of facts from each of the Juniper devices. Yeah. And it's in the documentation folder.
Cool. So we know that's working at least.
Yeah.
Part of the troubleshooting process. Break it down into smaller problems.
Definitely. And focus on the primary sources, the documentation.
That's where I usually like to start, but you notice I've also fallen back to looking at okay, so we've checked the credentials, that's good. Network CLI is commonly used. Okay. Why is it thinking we might be doing? Okay, let's be specific, even though that wasn't a change. And look at here, ChatGPT is asking us to try changing one thing at a time. So,
yep.
So I'm just going to comment. Can I comment these out in INI file? You can. Okay, now we're dealing with just one host. So let's run the playbook again and do the -VVV to get better output.
Okay, so we're going to focus on the one of the Cisco hosts now, and run the playbook again with more verbose output. And I feel like at some point it probably makes sense to do a commit and push. I mean, getting the Junipers working is a pretty big victory.
Okay. Let's see. To authenticate, authentication failed, transport shut down. Okay. Let's talk to ChatGPT and tell it what we tried. We added.
Yeah, and this is where I do have a suspicion of what might be the issue. My suspicion is that these require a same sort of enabling of, well, I think my position's not my subsist. I think what I think about this is not true, because I'm assuming that these require netconf, but we're doing a different connection strategy. Is that correct?
That is correct. Okay. We're using the network CLI connection for these devices.
Got it.
And ChatGPT said that that was normal.
All right. Yeah, and these are Nexus devices, so they do have a special program for bootstrapping the device, but I've decided not to try to use that program.
And what does that do?
So the program is the Cisco Integrated Management Controller, as far as I remember.
Right.
And it's an embedded server management. So what it does is it allows you to maintain an out-of-band connection of the device. So it's day zero provisioning. It's a program installed for the purposes of maintaining access to the device. So, and then being able to work on it before it's fully configured.
Okay. And do you have the Ansible username and password configured in see default credentials? You can set them directly in the inventory file. Okay, we have done the SSH. We've done that. That's working. No network. Okay, we're going to do this in post file. This is not best practices, but we're debugging, right?
Right. I think best practices aren't that difficult. It just requires a special file, and then you need to point to that file. The file has the SSL authentication.
What's your SSH password? Please tell me it's something I can put in place.
There is no password. It is using the public key.
Ah, that's right. All right, so let's try it again.
Okay. I will run it again. Now, this is where I was getting frustrated before. In the last video, this really kind of threw me for a loop when it would say that it was establishing local connection for user GNS3. But I figured out that, yes, it needs to have a local connection to the Ansible control node to make the files, to update the files in the documents folder with the results of what happened. So I think that's normal. It might seem odd that it says that, but it's talking about the local Ansible control node. And we see that the username for that is GNS3.
OpenAI has undoubtedly been running up the bills at Microsoft because ChatGPT has been really slow.
Yeah, I noticed that a few days ago. It was actually completely down, and I think that was pretty much like the day after Sam Altman was on hiatus.
He was finally reinstated.
Yeah, but I mean, off topic, but I have read an article or seen something where they research something called a boomerang CO, which is someone who used to work there and came back, and the results of that. It's maybe a topic for another video, but I think it's a good point to mention that ChatGPT is not the only AI out there. There's a lot of different other options. There's U.AI chat. That one I've used a lot on this channel. And there's pretty much, I'm sure there's hundreds and hundreds of alternatives.
So where are your private keys for this? I'm assuming ~/SSH or .SSH?
home.ssh/ID_RSA.pub.
Yeah, so it's going to be there. That's just, the file.
Yeah.
/ID_RSA.pub.
There's an underscore between the a D and the R.
.pub.
Yep.
Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. Let's try it again.
All right.
Same error. Okay. I want to, since that didn't change anything, I'm going to comment that line out and go back to what it was.
Okay.
Because that may not be necessary, so I'm just going to try and do that for a minute and see what the next thing was. SSH. If you're using an SSH agent, are we using an SSH agent?
We are not using an SSH agent.
Okay. Can you check who has access to that private key file?
The
Oh, and
permissions.
that was the path to the private key, not the public key.
Okay.
Maybe that was a problem. So what's our private key? It's where is the private key file?
So the private key file is also in home.ssh, but it has a different file name.
ID just ID RSA.
Yeah, ID
No
underscore RSA. There's no .pub. It's just ID underscore RSA.
All right, try it again. Try it again.
All right, I will try it again. This is the kind of stuff I'm kind of interested in your opinion about this. So we see something here that says Ansible Z. That almost, I don't really watch a lot of anime, but the little I do know, it kind of sounds like Dragon Ball Z. Do you think there's any associated with that issue with that? And if there is, do you think that's appropriate or because for me, like sometimes when I see that, it's like, okay, developers are having fun, but you know, I'm trying to get this thing to work and it's frustrating, and I kind of wish this was like this kind of maybe like playfulness didn't really exist.
Spent much time thinking about the error messages.
What was that?
You wish they'd spent as much time thinking about the error messages as they did thinking about being cute.
Right. Sometimes when I'm really into something and really frustrating, seeing that sort of thing can kind of add to the frustration for me. So I kind of wondered if you kind of feel that as well sometimes, or like what your opinions about being kind of creative yeah.
I always appreciate people being creative and a little bit humorous with their comments and types of things.
Okay.
One of my first programming jobs involved writing, it was basically a small process controller, and the guy that was my mentor that was teaching me how to code, he wrote it up, and it was a main function that had some stuff in it, and his comment was, "Through these gates all code shall pass."
Oh. Nice.
And it was humorous, but it was also accurate. So
right.
Okay, so we've got a new error message this time.
Okay.
So let's see what this one says. No existing session. Surrogate then replace failed. Raise connection error. Okay. And RPC. So let's just see what ChatGPT thinks about this. So you can see, I'm sure, my chat.
Yeah, I can see your chat and the Visual Studio shared session that you have up.
Cool. ChatGPT's being almost as slow as the network configuration stuff at this point.
Yeah.
Oh, it comes in bursts. Okay, scroll back up to item 1. Network connection, I think, is pretty good. Device accessibility, we can SSH. That is all fine. Check the device's configuration for any session timeout settings. We don't have any problems when we SSH in, right?
Right.
Okay. Oh, Ansible environment. Ensure that you're using a recent version of Ansible. Yeah, module. You check the version number on that iOS fax. Make sure we're getting something that's stable.
Okay. Yeah, we can do that.
Okay, so I don't see a version in the output, so it must exist somewhere else.
So we're going to modify our playbook to make it a little bit simpler.
Okay.
Actually, we're going to create a new playbook. How does that sound?
Sounds good.
Okay, try running that guy.
Okay, so I'll run the basic facts new playbook.
Basic test, yeah.
Okay.
No existing session again, okay.
Yeah, and that's a very strange error to me because I think our goal is to create a new session, so we wouldn't want there to be an existing session.
Well, there would need to be a session for me to execute a command.
Ah, okay.
So try it again real quick.
All right.
Oh, we're on the wrong server. Oh, no, we're not. Never mind.
Yeah, my local host has my local username on it.
And GNS3 is our control node, right?
Yes, it's the one into.
Oh, we got a
Yep.
different one, but that was because of the change that I made here. So let me do
Okay.
that, and this will send us back to that other error message. So see if, I think this will send us back to our no connection error instead of fail to authenticate.
Okay, so no existing session.
Yeah.
And it could very well be a timeout because that out-of-band management network introduces a multi-second lag.
Well, we're not getting a time. Well, I guess. This is going to be another one of those videos that's really hard to watch. So long and so slow moving.
I mean, that's what all my videos are like. I can pause it if you'd like, but yeah, but this is nothing. My longest video is, I think, 6 or 7 hours, and it's me.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I think I'm creating a data set for the Fast AI course to learn AI. So I'm just screenshotting headshots that I find online and putting them in folders.
So let's double check our SSH connection to that device.
Okay.
Just to make sure.
So the device is data ls01. Yeah, and here's where 1001, 1002, 1003, 1004, 1005, 1006, 1007, 1008, 1000. So well over 5 seconds, even over 10 seconds, possibly even 15 and 20, but we're in.
Okay, let's try another simplified playbook. Go ahead and back out and
Okay, so I'm running the basic test playbook.
oh, I didn't have it saved, so kill it and start it again.
All right.
It's
Ready
now.
Ready now? All right. Now it's saying there's no such file or directory show. So show is the first part of that show version command.
So we're going to say
Does the command need to be in quotes? Looks like that's what ChatGPT said.
YAML, no, it shouldn't have to be in quotes.
That would
See
be
what
true
ChatGPT thinks.
Okay.
Let's correct that and use a valid Cisco iOS command.
Yeah, this is a good example of how ChatGPT
show running config.
Right, but it's what it thinks you're saying is that show version is not a valid command on a Cisco, and it's agreeing with you, and that's where I really don't like how ChatGPT operates sometimes. It should push back and say, no, according to the documentation I see for here, or like ask you a follow-up question, well, which version are you using? Because it shouldn't just accept as fact that show version doesn't exist on Cisco devices.
Let's try it. See what it does now.
Okay.
So you can SSH into that device and do a show.
Yes, I can SSH and do a show version. I will do that right now.
Okay.
Yeah. So another issue.
Um, I'm not sure if it was necessarily using the right network connection. I don't know if it works to put that connection, network CLI, in the playbook, because when we tried that before, it didn't work.
Mm-hmm.
So I put it back into the host file. Let's try that one more time.
All right.
Okay, and then I like your idea about possibly putting it in quotes. So, oh,
Okay.
I didn't change that one back. That's okay. Let's put it in quotes. See what. Try again. Because it is now saying that that is not a valid command.
Right, and it's wrong, and it doesn't know that it's wrong, and it thinks it's right, and that's a problem.
Let's see, message error number 2, no such file or directory. Why does it have B show? Okay, let's give the whole message to ChatGPT and see if it does better the second.
Yeah, I'd like it to be a lot less agreeable and a lot more argumentative. And when you say
you can
yeah.
actually ask it to do that.
Oh,
So I told it, I said, "Are you sure?"
and now it's kind of frozen.
And every time you question it, it apologizes and tries to make it.
Yeah, and I
Which
want it to be
I
like,
think
oh.
that's the desirable behavior.
So what do we got here?
So he didn't think we were using the Cisco iOS command. Ansible built-in command. Okay, so.
Oh, right. Yeah. So that looks different from the other playbooks we had because we were using the iOS
The built-in
flags.
command.
Yeah. I don't think we were using that ansible.builtin.command because that you can't do show IP interface brief on a bash terminal. You can only do it on an iOS terminal. So yeah, I think that's where the problem was. I think tasks needs to belong to the needs to be yeah, like that.
Okay, try that one.
Okay.
Okay, so we're getting a different error message. we're back to going in circles. This is not going to be a one that Chad can help us.
Yeah, and this is where my frustration lies, because this is very simple to do in Paramiko. It's really only 5 lines of code to log into a device and issue a command.
Have we tried telnetting? Well, we've SSH, so.
Yeah, I mean, telnetting is another service that would probably need to be activated. Also, it's an insecure service, and from what I understand, if you have SSH working properly, which we do, feature is already compatible. So I wouldn't think the problem would be that we're using SSH. The problem might be that our connection method is incorrect and trying to use features that aren't enabled, but the solution would be correcting that and not enabling new features.
Okay, I'm going to try and back up just a bit here to the Ansible built-in command again. And for a command, I'm just going to use L.
Yeah.
So try it.
Okay. Yeah, so I think this is going to run on the Ansible control node.
It ran?
It ran, yeah.
When you say it ran on the control node.
So this is the output that came back.
So these folders here, do those exist on the device? If we SSH to the device, are we going to see that list?
An
Or
iOS.
is that just where we're running?
These, as far as I understand, are actions that occurred on the control node. Nothing here occurred on the managed node. If we were to try to run the ls command on the Cisco device, like for example, we would SSH into it from the terminal and run the ls command, we would see an error message.
Okay, so let me go back and give ChatGPT one more chance.
Okay.
What's it called? A control node?
Right, the Ansible control node. And I think that makes sense because the task we're running is ansible.builtin.command. So I think that's what's referencing the control node.
Try one more time this one.
All right, so it looks like
okay, give it another go.
Got it.
I changed it back to the iOS command module and back to show version.
Okay.
So where's our Ansible CFG file? Is that in configuration?
It would be in Etsy, the global one. You can make a custom one in your home directory, as far as I know. I might have one there. So I'll do a ls-a, and I'll do a ls-a, and then a tab. Oh, but that doesn't work. I've got a .ansible. It looks like it's a folder, so I'll switch to that. And then do an ls.
Be an Ansible CFG file somewhere.
Yeah, so I think that would be in Etsy. And yeah, but this is a system-wide one. You can also make a user-specific one, but I do not believe I have a user-specific one currently. So I can open that up in the editor.
Go ahead and cat it, see what it says.
Okay, I'll open it in the editor. Okay. So you should see it in the... Oh, okay. You don't see everything I see in the editor. So yeah, I'll cat it out.
So I would just cat it for me, yeah.
Okay.
Shouldn't be too big, should it?
Depends.
That's not bad. Well, I said that before I got to the top of it.
Yeah, I mean, we can do a pipe WC and see how many lines it is. So it looks like it's about 500 lines.
Can you grep out all the commented lines?
Okay.
Because this thing is all commented lines.
I need quotes, right? And then how do I get rid of the spaces? Maybe I can also do another. Like that.
Trying to remember the grep.
Oops. A blank.
ChatGPT is about to give it to me.
All right.
So what was it? Where was it at? Name of the config file?
/Etsy/Ansible/Ansible.cfg.
The only thing that's configured is remote user.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, it almost looks like SSH connection could use some config. And maybe persistent connection to false.
Well, there are no custom SSH options. Yeah, I don't think ChatGPT is going to be able to help us out with this one. So let's go back to where we should have been in the beginning, which is Ansible documentation for the Cisco module.
Okay.
So that's the Cisco iOS facts module. Index of all module plugins, modules, Cisco. Oh. did you make a commit since we got the one working correctly?
I have not committed yet, no.
Yeah, go ahead and do that while I'm researching.
Okay.
All right, and then I'll speak to the robust audience that definitely exists for this video and explain what I'm doing. So I'm going to make the commit. We've got all the changes here. So we've changed the INI file. We've got the Juniper facts were actually gathered and are in the documentation folder. So we're going to commit that as well. We've removed the all-encompassing playbook and split the playbooks up into their own based on the actions. So one action will be to enable netconf on it. Another action will be to gather facts. This is for the Juniper devices. And then we have the one we're working on now for the Cisco. So we're still working on that. We got an auto-generated commit message here that lists out the co-author. I'm going to so there's a 50 character limit if it's up there. I think I'm okay with just this standard message, so I'm going to hit stage and commit and then sync.
Okay, I'm not seeing anything specific on this one. Let's see what we've got. Gather subset all. Okay, it may be time to go to an Ansible support forum, actually.
Okay.
Before we do that, let's do this. So where do we want to look? Ansible or GitHub or?
So it looks
see
like
what the GitHub issue.
yeah.
Interesting. Let's take a look at our SSH ID RSA pub, or what's in SSH. So let's go to SSH. I'm trying to remember. Is it known hosts?
Yes, there's a folder in SSH.
Yeah.
Yeah, for known hosts.
So first, let's see. Known hosts. Let's do this.
Yeah, and that's the private key that you would not normally display, but this is just a lab environment.
And there is only one key there. There's only one key there. Why am I not seeing what I'm expecting to see?
Are you expecting to see host names?
I was expecting to see host names somewhere in here. Wouldn't you normally expect to see?
Normally you would have like an email.
Or is this just the pub keys? Is this just the pub keys from everybody he knows?
This is the learned public key from each of the devices on the network. I also see a lot of cake.
See a lot of what?
Cake. That's just me. I tend to notice those things.
Okay, so this is talking about multiple keys in the SSH agent. So what is this deal with an SSH? Because we were talking with ChatGPT about SSH.
Yeah. So my understanding of an SSH agent is it's a way to manage your passwords. You can have the password to SSH be delivered through an agent, so you can make it so that your keys are more secure by having a password that like locks them, but you can also make it so that you just give one password to your agent, and then your agent manages your connections in a different way that might be more optimal for certain use cases. Yeah, I've actually used an agent at one of my past jobs, and it can make things kind of tricky.
So let's do a PSEF grep for SSH agent.
Okay.
I don't know if we're using an SSH agent.
So PS
He says
AUX.
PS instead of PS. So I do PS minus AUX.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. And grep it for SSH type agent, yeah. Okay, so does appear to be running. Okay, the SS agent is there, it's running, and it has access to the correct. This is us, right?
Right. Yeah, that's the
Ah,
home macro spelled out all the way. Yep.
okay. It's not a problem there. Oh, I'm not in the right place even. So where do you need to be to execute this Ansible command in here?
Yeah, so you need to be in the repository. The repository is home documents. So you need to go back one directory and then to documents. Yep, with capital D. Yep. And then it's in the repository name is Graham's Automated Network. Yep. And that's a when we push and make commits to that and push them down, we're not doing it to GitHub. If you do a git remote -v, you'll see we're actually doing it to Microsoft Azure.
Oh, okay. So this is where we want to run.
Yeah, it should be able to pull
What's the
that.
correct playbook key, or is it just the playbook file?
Just the file.
Okay.
Sometimes I like
Here he
that.
is starting out with.
What was that?
Here, ChatGPT starts out with the apology.
Yeah.
Do an ls-altr in your SSH folder.
Okay.
I don't have to tell you that.
ALTR.
I'll do it.
Okay.
And what is 600 on chmod?
Oh, 600. That would be the everything bit off and the read and write bit on. So the execute is off. So
Yeah, that's read. Right?
RW dash, yeah. RW dash, then all dashes.
Yeah. Okay, we're good on that. Manual SSH test, we've already done that. Although he uses that funky. Why does he use that? Because he doesn't know what he's doing.
So the hostname isn't correct there. The hostname ends with 01. There's no dash IP.
Oh, I'm not in the right place. Oh. This is speaking back to that warning, the deprecated warning we were getting. What version of Python are we running?
Running the outdated version 369.
Okay. That warning we were getting. Okay, you're a Python person more than me.
Okay.
Can you upgrade us to a supported version of Python 3.8?
Yeah, I can try. I've gone through this path before trying to do it, and it was I ran into issues. I did try to do this before, and I'm on 369 because my efforts before failed. But I can try it again. So
let me try just upgrading cryptography.
Okay.
Real quick. No longer supported. Yeah, this is going to be because we need to upgrade to 3.8.
All right.
So what is that? Pippi and V?
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what I did before to try to update it, but yeah, I think I tried to use ChatGPT. So I believe I have Python installed through apt. I think you can install it.
So you did an apt-get?
Yeah, I think that's how I have Python installed. And I don't have any virtual environments. That's something I usually like to do, but in this case, I didn't do that.
Yeah, I don't like Python, so. And this is part of why I don't like Python.
Yeah, the virtual environments I found make Python a lot more usable, but I find them to be quite un-Pythonic because the process of knowing that you need a virtual environment and all of that I found to require it is fairly sophisticated, and it's kind of defeating the purpose of having this language that's really easy to use, because you have to go through a complicated process in order to use it right.
Yeah, well, and I don't find Python easy to use.
Yeah. Yeah, I've heard a lot of
the Python developers that I know live and die. They wouldn't use anything else.
Yeah, another example of how it might not be easy to use.
We're on Ubuntu here.
Ubuntu?
Yeah.
Oh, I was going to say about
we're on
Ubuntu. Yes, we're on a outdated version of Ubuntu, which is where this version of Python I think might have come from, and why it might be difficult to upgrade it, because we might have to upgrade Ubuntu itself. Yeah, and I was going to say another thing about Python is it requires white space consistency, which may seem like a good thing, but when you're dealing with tabs and across computers spaces, that can get very messy. So there's definitely some trade-offs when it comes to Python, and I believe the industry might even be going more towards languages like Go. So basically no language, it's all about which one people are using. So there's really no language that's like the ultimate language.
I'll let you do the sudo password.
Okay. Yeah, and it's a lab environment, so the password is just GNS3. It's not a lockdown device of any. It's just a virtual machine.
Python 3 is already at the newest version, so apt doesn't know about it.
Right. Yeah, and we can see it says 367, which is interesting because it's at 9, and then it says dash 1804, and I think the 1804 is Ubuntu. Yeah, but this is where my frustration lies as well, because you can use Python version 2.4 and create a socket connection to a device. Like, I don't know. It's just this is
Yeah, but this seems to be related to the cryptography library.
yeah.
Yeah, apt. Ubuntu only knows about.
Right, and I think that's in this sources.lst file for apt. I think you have to update the places where apt looks in order to pull the latest version of Python 3 on an outdated version of Ubuntu.
Do we have VNV set up here?
No.
No. Can apt-get me PyENV, you think?
Yeah, if you'd like to make virtual environments with Python, you can use the syntax Python 3 space dash m and then VNV and then give it the name of the virtual environment. I think that capacity is already enabled, but if not, you can get it through apt and it will give you the command.
I'm not sure I followed all of that.
Yeah, so I'll type it in. So it's Python 3
Sorry.
dash m, and then the module is VNV, so that auto completes if I hit tab. But yeah, so there it is.
VE tab, yeah.
And then to give it a name, I like to just call it VNV. Some people like to make it hidden. Some people like to give it a more relevant name. You have to be careful with version control because this creates thousands and thousands of files relevant to the Python virtual environment that will show up in the version control. So having a git ignore is good. So I think I'll create a git ignore first and then add it to that. Oops, and
Git ignore?
Yeah, I gotta spell it right. It's the hardest problem. Okay, and go in insert mode, and I'll type VNV. Oh, I'm in visual mode now, so I'll hit escape, and I'll hit I to go into insert mode, which doesn't seem to be working. Oh, there we go. Okay, so now I'll type VNV and escape colon WQ exclamation point, and now I'll create the virtual environment, which is very Pythonic. We can see how clear and easy this is to follow along with. And yep, so this is the one we need. Again, very Pythonic, simple and clear. That's a joke.
Does app? Yeah, okay.
So this is the thing we need to create Python 3 virtual environments, and we're doing it for 3.6, version 3.6. So now we can use Python version 3.6 and use the VNV module and create a VNV environment named VNV, and that's ignored in the version control, so we'll see it remain at 4. So now that is created. We'll see it in the files. So now we activate it with VNV bin with the source command, and then we go to the bin folder and use the activate file within that. And now we've got a Python virtual environment activated. We can use, I think we can still use the global modules. I'm not sure, but we might run into some issues where certain modules are not installed.
So I'm still on 3.6. I need to be on 3.8.
Yeah, so we created a Python virtual environment using Python 3.6 to get Python 3.8. I think what we would need to do is update the sources. So this is something I remember from. I remember this from the LPIC one. If you ls etc there's and then apt, I believe. Yep. And then sources .lst, cat out that file. This is where these are the repositories it draws from. So I think one of these can be updated, and then it can pull down the latest version of Python from that. So looking at that more clearly up here in the editor, we can see, let's see here. So yeah, so we can upgrade the whole system, but I'd rather upgrade one of these to the latest one. So this would be a good one for ChatGPT. I think it can look at this file and then it can say, in order to get Python 3.8, you need to change this link in this file. And I'll let you do that because I can't I can't share my clipboard.
Yeah, I'm waiting on Python. First, we got to install Python 3.8.
Yep. So we need to pull that down from a repo where it exists.
Before we set up the virtual environment,
So there's the Macintosh instructions. Oh, okay. Well, that's good. Yeah, and therein lies the problem. It needs to be updated to use 3.8. Okay, and that's interesting because I just... Oh, but it's the 3.8
access. Okay. Okay, sorry. Let's see, I did that. How can I remove the virtual environment?
So currently,
So that we,
the virtual environment is not active. To delete the files associated with it, do a rm-r on venv. If it were activated, then the command would be deactivate.
ensure pip is not available. So I need to install pip.
Let's see here. So ensure pip is not available. So it looks like you need to, install something.
Already done that one.
Yeah, so that needs to be usable by Python 3.8, and it looks like it can't detect it.
So does that get it?
So,
Apt-get install Python 3v?
let's try it.
I mean, it looks like pip is not installed. I want to ask that real
Okay.
Okay, so pip 3.6 is there.
Yeah, so looks like
This
there's.
is, I hate Python. That's not going to work. It's not going to work. So because ensure pip is not available. So okay, we're going to ask. The error we're encountering is quite common. Let's see what the fix is. The fix is to not use Python. Oh, wow.
Yeah, and I think it is
I
important.
will say the Python devs I know are probably some of the most ardent language specific people I know. People that love Java don't love Java the way that people that love Python.
Yeah, it has its uses. I think for data science, there's really no other option. But another option in this case for network automation would be Go, and I think that would be a good option to look into. You couldn't use things like Ansible as far as I know, but you could, as I mentioned, use something like the Paramiko module to form sessions and do stuff like that.
Oh, look at there. ChatGPT knew what they were talking about.
Sweet.
Okay, so so I've got my environment set up now, and now I need to source it to activate it. And I'm doing the virtual environment now, and now I should be able to say Python version. I'm at 3.8, so now let's go way back up to our still got a deprecation warning. So
Okay.
it looks like Ansible is not using.
Right, and this warning comes
So is there?
from 3.6. It says that the current version is still 3.6.
Yeah. So for some reason, it looks like Ansible is not using our Python virtual environment.
Right.
Because my Python version says I'm at 3.8. So how do I configure Ansible? Okay. Okay. I've I don't know where, I don't know how cold it is where you are, but it's getting cold here.
Well, we're at the what are we at? The 4 hour mark? Oh, almost. We're at the 3:46 mark. So I think we got quite a bit. So whenever you're ready, if not a break, if even ending the video, I would be.
Well, I will be ready after banging my head on this one for just a little bit more.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so let's keep going. The 4 hour mark, I think. What's that, like the length of Lord of the Rings, one of the movies? People can get through that.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's going to be watching this video, but
Yeah.
okay. Ansible runs using the Python interpreter inside of a virtual environment. Here's how you can do it. Okay. Activated. Oh, you actually have to install Ansible in the virtual environment. So now pip install. I may be about to hose your machine. You okay with that?
Uh, yeah, that's fine. I was pretty much giving up on this series, so yeah, whatever you want to do to the virtual machine is fine.
Okay.
We could,
I'm reinstalling
yeah.
Ansible
If we were
with
smart, we
Python
could do a.
3.8 to see.
Oh, reinstalling Ansible. Okay, great. The smart way is to make a checkpoint of the virtual machine first, but
Yeah, yeah.
a snapshot.
Could not find version that satisfies the requirements. Okay. First, we'll try to upgrade pip just to make sure. again without a It looks like upgrading pip may have fixed this. Come on.
So 4.4 megabytes is quite a bit.
Well, and this might not hose anything because it's happening inside the virtual environment. So
Okay.
Python is just so confusing to me. It makes me do so many things that I just don't understand.
Yeah.
As a programmer, I'm accustomed to copying code that maybe I didn't write, but I can usually at least read it. Python just gives my brain fits.
Yeah, from what I understand, there's been a lot of design disagreements with the developers of Python too. The original developer, the Guido, forget his full name. I think it's Guido Van something. He actually left the team, as far as I know, over some disagreements in the design. So Guido Van Rossum. Yeah.
Well, it looks like it's just not downloading anything. I know 4 meg is a little more, but still, we're not getting any update.
So it looks like it just now completed on my end. So I think what you've got going there is yeah, your
A
screen.
live share problem.
Yeah. So mine is definitely
So try running our command again.
okay. So I'll run playbook command. Okay, so I'm gonna run the basic test playbook.
I don't like that I'm not seeing it.
Yeah, it looks like it's frozen. So yeah, maybe start a new terminal. Maybe try to close the terminal and reopen or something. Or maybe I can do that. Yeah, so there's something.
Yeah, I'm going to drop off the live share and maybe come back.
Okay.
Okay. Ansible, playbook, host, YAML. Oh no, I don't like that. Ansible, playbook, -I, host. Oh, I hate you. Unable to parse hosts.yaml. Oh, that's why. It's not a host.yaml, it's a host.
And the file is hosts, HOSTS.
We're still getting our warning about deprecate.
Right. Yeah. So for some reason it's still using 3.8. Maybe there's some
3.8.
3.6. So for some reason it's failing to recognize the fact that we have 3.8 set up in our virtual environment.
Okay. We did our pip install Ansible. We've got our virtual environment. What did we do to fix that last time? Oh, we had to upgrade pip. Is it still running on your side?
So, let me check. Yes, it is still running.
Installing collected packages is where it's still at?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just in the meantime reading more about why the benevolent benevolent dictator for life of Python decided to step down. There was actually a enhancement proposal where he just felt like he had to advocate for his ideas in a way that he didn't want to continue to have to do.
I'll be right back. Oh, it's finished. So let's try.
Oh, that's the virtual environment. I think you can install that with pip install.
Oops. You want to fix that?
Yeah, I'll fix that. All right, and then I'll reinstall it, or I'll rerun the playbook. Oh, and I'm gonna pause it quick. All right, so we're here. We've been troubleshooting for quite a bit. So we're gonna attempt to end the video. So Mike, take it away.
Yeah, we were able to troubleshoot and get things working properly for the Junos devices. We were not able to get things working properly for Cisco devices. Um, the error messages that we were getting, we chased and chased a lot of different ways and did not find the solution. But it's time to kind of put a pin in it and try again another day.
All right, and would you like to speak at all to the broader kind of discussion we had earlier about Ansible versus other methods?
Yeah, I think that network configuration management tools exist for a reason. It's a complicated problem space, and tools like Ansible or Netcool or Chef or Puppet um, are tools that exist in the industry for a reason. Um, Companies like Cisco or Jupyter know about these tools and they write drivers for them and they create the tools for their hardware that makes it fit into those infrastructures. And I think that while you might be able to quickly write some code to solve one particular problem, I think if you want your tool to be more flexible, to accommodate new devices as they come out, to uh, allow you to organize your configuration management activities, that if you write it yourself, you're going to end up reinventing the wheel. You're always going to be trying to catch up because every time a new device comes out, instead of letting Cisco write the module to address the unique characteristics of that device, you're going to have to incorporate that into your own code. So I really think that it's ill-advised to try to roll your own for anything other than an extremely basic single case use. Um, if you're looking to build automation that's going to be reused or used over time, I think you're much better off using a product in the marketplace. I'm fairly product agnostic. So Ansible is a great product. Chef is a great product. Puppet is a great product. Netcool is a great product. I forget what some of the other ones in the industry, but there's a lot of good commercial products that are competitive and implement very similar feature sets. And there's a reason for that.
All right.
I think I've rambled on enough.
Yeah, sounds great. So yeah, I think that's the end of the video. Thank you so much. This was wonderful. This is probably one of the best videos I've done. So with that, I'm gonna hit the stop record button, and then we'll still be live, but the video will be end. So so I guess I'll say thanks everyone for watching. See you in the next one. I'll give you the last word, Mike.
No last word. I think it was fun. I just wish we'd gotten further.
All right.